Hey, I got to watch in the back rooms and decided I'd stream at some point. I was like, I guess. Also wasn't feeling very good, but now I'm feeling better. Kinda. Good for me, I guess. You know, maybe not good overall, but good for me. Oh, -1 substance yesterday. Fair enough. Good old YouTube. I don't really do a lot of content on it. It's not like it's... I should probably focus on getting up to 1,000 subs something. I really should. Make a lot of sense. We have 23 minions on right now. That's a lot of people, you know, who could watch the stream if they wanted to. Start all the usual crap. I don't know, I guess the Backrooms is an okay movie. Like, it wasn't like amazing, but to be fair, it's a horror film, so nobody's expecting anything amazing out of a horror film. Passable is usually good enough for horror. The monster was so goofy. But to be completely fair, the monster is always goofy. Every movie you get to, the monster's always goofy. It's a suspense up to that that makes them interesting. But otherwise, the monster's just goofy. Makes sense what it was, and obviously, you know, given their budget, it's pretty good for what their budget was. I don't think it really covered it unsettling at any point, though. There's like maybe one moment that was marginally unsettling, I guess? I feel like I'm being pretty generous, but sure. It's more just a weird, what does it all mean? Feel, I think, was probably the best way to describe it. It's like, what does it mean? As those things are just weird places, some chairs half sunk into the floor, you're like, huh. Bizarre Christmas trees in places, like, what does it really mean? And their reasoning for what it meant was interesting enough. Like I say, it's for a horror film. Yeah, for a horror film. Yeah. I think that's everything I need to do. Where's the kick when not playing? Okay. We'll see how long I stream today. I don't know. So the pain just keeps coming and going. It's very irritating. I guess the level blueprint doesn't say open. Fair enough. I don't like putting things on the level blueprints much. I like just having everything on Poppet as far as, you know, items she collects and it does stuff. It's always capping out at the third one here. Well, it makes sense. Do I have this check? And of course it doesn't. And then... Wait, why does it go in this direction? So if I'm asking if I have this and it's true, then I'm potentially rewarding it? Like... Shouldn't this be like reversed? Like what? Okay, no. Oh, messaging me on Steam as a friend, a random person. Huh. If they're just a scam, they're probably a scam. Everyone's a scam if they ever like friend you randomly. Or they're selling something. So, AI scam. So the logic here is that let's just shorten that. I thought you could get the inputs. Maybe not. Maybe it's a function where you can do that and not a macro. Right, so as a do I have this check, it does this and checks for the item here. Sure. Why is there a double do I have this check? Okay, that's just weird. That's like dupe code here. That's awkward. Some things make no sense. I need to simplify this mess because it needs to do some special things here. What? Why is there a story to progress and an item name? I just assume item name is what matters. Why did I make this as it is? It's such a mess. It doesn't work even the way I want it to. Well, if there's no way to award the item, that's the other problem, so I have to go to Poppet and add award item as an option. Okay, well that person speaks in gibberish, which makes me not want to talk to them. You had ordered multiple times. Hey TX. Good morning to you. I think I might remake this whole system here because I had actually no idea what kind of disgusting mess I was programming, but it's terrible. It's convoluted and doesn't work right. Now that I'm less tired, as last yesterday, I realize how stupid it was, and yeah. Yeah, collectible. Find that real fast. Real mess of crap on my list here. Yes, I'm inebriated and need to get infected. Maybe. I haven't been drinking a lot of alcohol lately because it makes me feel not that great either. To be fair, I don't feel that great in general, so I guess it doesn't matter what I do. I didn't even drink all that much. It's okay, tea makes me feel like crap too. Just random black tea. Sort of standing too long in one spot, laying too long in one spot, sitting. You know, come to think of it, might not be the alcohol's fault. It could be something else. Sure. Some crazy person friending me on Steam, messaging me random things. They seem very gibberish, but no one's ever just randomly friended me on Steam before. I keep thinking that maybe they're interested in the game. Find a V-Pack collectible, that's what I wanted. But yes, I'm very curious about why. I assume it's just another scam person, but you know. I guess since I'm selling something on... What am I doing? I guess since I'm selling something on, I should probably do that. That's true. My car's extended warranty. Very important, very important. Maybe the default value in this doesn't work right. So I might need to actually tell it to do that. Seems so wrong. Yeah, I've just come to the conclusion now that just about anyone messaging me, like who isn't like, you know, a friend of a friend or didn't meet me through a stream or something like that, is a scammer. Which automatically, and I assume they're all from India, every single one of them. It just saves time. Let's just assume they're from India. I don't care what they say. Yeah. I don't even answer my phone anymore. I wait for someone to leave a message and I call back. I've achieved peak Fight Club. Is what's happened here. The Brad Pitt never answers his phone and only ever calls people back. Apparently this is what I do now. I need to just uncomplicate this system. Everything should just be an item that's awarded. And I just tell it not to award the item. And it's repeatable as long as I don't award the item. So the only thing I need to do is check and see if Poppet's actually like interacting with the thing. And then every other thing I did was this convoluted mess that just seems insane. I don't need to hand a bunch of information over. Poppet's got it all. Yeah, I handed it multiple times there. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead and fix this the other way. What? Yeah, let's redo this here. I guess I don't need to hand any of this over. I'm just gonna break all this crap. Everything involved with this seems unnecessary. In reality, I actually just want a true and a false branch out of this, I guess. And I guess I can move the item name over, I suppose. Do I even care? No, I think I'm convoluting things again. I don't need to do that. All I really need is true and false out of here. Basically a Poppet check. I think I'm just going to take all these and rebuild another macro out of it, because I don't want to do that way. Well, I guess I could just remake this one, so if I remake this one, it connects to everything already. Yeah. But why did I... Okay, I just need that for overlapping capsule. The player character's already figured out because it's figured out outside of this, so I don't need to do it again. It's just a small part I need. Okay, so self plus the self goes into here, then okay. Yeah, I'll just do this. And I just put it on here, and then in theory, as long as I click a ward, it'll work. And I just skip whatever the fuck I was doing here. Sometimes I think I make things too cute. Like I just go out of my way to make something so complicated to try to serve every purpose. And that's not necessary. It's just not. That's true. It was definitely made in a time before I made another system that was holding all the information to make it easier to keep track of. And yeah, I just... Yeah. It needed some changes for sure. This is not repeatable, so I just do this here. But then you have this. So I have to have a do I have this? But it's probably easier just to have a do I have this than try to slam it all in there like some sort of an idiot. Most of the time I don't even need this check. So yeah, the other thing's just a mess. Oh wait. No, because I need to do I have this here, or the award item will it'll keep doing it, so I need that too. Okay, maybe I see why I started having more of these things. I guess I just need to code it like that. Just instead of doing that, just stop trying to save time, because this only works for one of them anyway, so. In reality, it's do I have this here, and but I have to have a double do I have this check. Anyway, how's your project going? This person messaging me on Steam was all like, oh, like, you know, idiotic small talk makes very little sense, and then it's like, oh, I don't really talk on Steam, I use Telegram, and I'm just like, I've never used it and I never will. I don't plan to, and no response back after that. Hear me out on this one. Scammer. Yeah. I'm trying to get my auto dimensions to work for like 5-6 days now. See me now. Damn. It's no good. You can do what I do. Start putting print strings along the way. Or console log, or, you know, whatever works as a print string in whatever you're using. Figure out where the phone breaks, basically, like that, where, you know, you're playing a game of phone tag and eventually somewhere the information's wrong. Yeah, this basically has to be this code here. In this room's easier. Down here. Here's some mentions. Some they were right. Fix the one sheet. Apply those same rules to every other sheet. To try to patch it up together and fix only one sheet rather than fix the logic. Interesting. I think I'd rather go after the logic, but after all, random is usually, well, at least in Unreal Engine, it's a timing error. But machines don't really do random. So something is definitely off, for sure. They do fake random. It's a mess. I don't know why I'm making things so messy. I guess I can just put all the tutorials as part of story progress. I don't really think it need to be set as tutorial specific, but if they're tutorials, then I can actually call them up later as an explainer for something. Yes, big rules to follow. I say it wrong. Yeah, pretty much. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich example all over again. I'm just gonna mark this as a tutorial, I think, even though I copy pasted it. Yeah. And then I'm going to award this later on. At the start of here. I need the Poppet check here. If Poppet. Do this. Do this. If true. This reminds me of writing dialogue, where it's just this endless branching crap and it's so annoying. I'm not really a big fan of inputting dialogue. Like, I don't mind writing. Inputting dialogue into these systems sucks. There's just no easy way to do it. It's just time consuming. But as soon as I get this fixed, I just need to get off my lazy ass and put it in there. This is one of the two things that has been holding me back for sure. Putting in tutorial information and helper text sucks. So boring. You do have to explain how to play the game to people, I guess. I should award these first. I guess I could do I have this, or I can just award them all over again. Well, I mean, you just crack it open and start messing with it, right? It's free. Well, the thing is once you understand one type of code, all types of code are a lot more easy to figure out. Like, I was able to pick this up really easily because I already knew JavaScript, so the coding logic is there. All it is syntax difference. Like, it's just same thing written a different way. Right now I'm setting up a thing where it just checks for Poppet to make certain she's there. Like, the thing running over this box is Poppet. And if so, it just asks her if she has this item. And if not, then it'll collect it for her, but it won't count it as being collected. It'll only save the thing if I tell it to. This way it tells her some information that's tied to this, and then she can keep running over it and get the same information. And it's all stored in, you know, map variable on her. And then if I award the items, then the previous ones that had this check will not trigger again because she has the item, so this check will pass. Later on, I'll open the map at a different point, and it'll prevent this one from working anymore. This way I can remove tutorials once they're annoying, like she's past it, because, you know, if you're like hours in the game and you backpedal somewhere, you know, I don't want you to have this problem here. Oh. This is reversed. I guess I'll sequence it just so I don't have to deal with it. A sequence just does one and then it does the next one. It's just easier to keep track of some stuff. We just need to set this up for moving the ones here. Well, I just want to remove this one here. The Magician Door tutorial. As my test to make certain this whole thing works. And then I'll fix all the code, but... Oh. It's not even called the same thing. It's just been that, and then it's just a tutorial. Well, I only care about this one anyway. And then why this code is not working correctly is interesting to me too. I'm sure this is going to be a hot mess for a bit. That's okay. The one just beyond this door should destroy the ability of the previous one. That's the theory anyway. Nice. Why didn't it work? It has to be false, because if you already have it, then... Well, you can never get it because it's asking if you already have it. Yeah. I probably will at some point. There was a random dance button for a while, too. But I'm going to put a bunch of idols in there and everything like that, too. Kind of part of the polish, but... the less important polish. Yep. He had a salsa dance for a while. I was going for something that'd be a lot more likely for the era. It's like it's not awarding this. Why is it not awarding this? That's what's confusing me here. Like, this part worked fine. That's weird, because here it's saying that it's true. Up here it checks and says true on all these things. It gets down here. I guess I switched it because it wasn't working the other way, so... Maybe in fixing my problem... I left it weird last night because it ish worked, and yeah. I wonder if Poppet still has the dance. I'm gonna check. I think I included it on there because, it's the one that all the moon thingies do. Yeah. Why? Just one additional key binding here, and just so I can have dance. Oh, never mind, I have big time cheater on there. That was like +1 level or something. Well, never mind. We'll fix that. Dancing is back on the menu, boys. Ah. Oh, that's right. She can't ever face the screen because the way the movement thingy is set, if she's doing anything, then it won't let me face the screen around her. But that's okay. The main purpose was to do this. Oops. Come on. That's not what I want. There was to have dance parties. That was the whole purpose. These are actually supposed to be the clones that are taunting the enemies into attacking them. That's why they're dancing. And then they detonate. Yep, dance party. Yep. It's actually really effective. It's also how you get air dash in the game. You can have them dance in the air too, it's funny. They're dancing with each other. Puts the blood on the ground, they're in the air. Sure, whatever. Yep. I got a lot of stuff planned in this game. I actually had to take out a bunch of stuff because it was so much stuff I had nowhere to use it all. My only regret is I can't have like a little Sailor Moon theme song playing or something like that as a joke, like a few notes of it as soon as she gets the ability. That one known as Poppet Moon. I need to go through and fix some of these abilities because some don't have anything yet. Like he gave the sun cool little on fire stuff. Like some crazy glasses, so she, you know. But it doesn't really do anything, I think. It just makes things, I think. I don't know. Oh yeah, it does these. Like little lights, but they don't actually do anything yet. They don't have to yet. Just little mini suns that exist for all. They act as lights, that was true. The particle on this thing is kind of a little much though. I haven't quite figured out how to shrink it. Again though, like, I don't even know when you're getting the sun, so it doesn't really matter. I don't even want them to detonate, because if they detonate, then that's no different than the others. Than the moon. It's like a crappier moon, I think. Yeah, I gotta really finish off some of these things. I have like a bunch of abilities planned, but now that I'm cutting it down to only 44, and well, I guess there's some passives too. I don't know. There's too many abilities in this game. I think I fixed my coding problem now. Now I can keep that weird little scammer person talking from. Maybe I can get them reported to Steam or something. Laying a trap for a scammer. I don't know what trap I'm laying, but you know, something. So this appears to work. I'm gonna have to go through and adjust the items to account for them needing to be guaranteed collectible. That should be easy though, because I have a collectible parent. This one here. If I just default this item collected thingy. On overlap sphere. Yeah. Collectible destroyed. Ugh, I can tell. Ha! I don't think the scammer liked me much. Aww. That's so sad. I decided I don't like chatting much anywhere on the internet. Fair enough. And they removed me from their friends list. Aw, I guess they didn't think they could scam me, huh? Take that, India. Take that. Just knowing somewhere out there is a person who's probably got, you know, lethal levels of diarrhea and will probably get offed by a train, and knowing that I made their day worse on top of that, feels good, man. Feels good. I guess I get a word item on all of them, because the ones that the other ones are handled differently, and that Poppet doesn't ever collect them, so it doesn't matter. It's only unique stuff that she actually saves. My entire item collection system is just literally a name, a map of strings that have booleans for each thing. It just keeps adding a string with the name of whatever the item is, and you know, do I have this check, basically. It works. And then you just save that one thing to a save file, and suddenly you've saved all your progress in a game. I remember when you used to think saving was so difficult. I'm gonna leave this for a second and go back over things. Yep. Anyway, I should become like Kit Boga as far as dealing with scammers, where he just literally has all these, you know, traps for him and everything like that. If you've ever seen him, he's so hilarious. His entire purpose in life is to just make all the scammers that he deals with just hate themselves. With all kinds of fake voices, fake bank account setups and everything like that, you know, fake websites and things. Anything he can to screw with them. He's pretty funny. And it couldn't have happened to a worse bunch of people. Feels good, man. Feels good. Yeah. Exactly. Feels good. I should watch more of his stuff because I always just bust up laughing every time. Catch him live or something. Yeah. What a champion. What a champion. All I have to do, I have this check. Yep. You know, not all heroes wear capes. Seriously. Oh. That's because I copy pasted. I was like, why did I put that there? Because I just copy pasted it. Duh. I'd have to learn to be a hacker though. Get back in using JavaScript. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that much. I mean, I guess. All I have to do, I have this check every time, even if I order the item. With how this is set up. That's probably why I initially tried to put the code in here for do I have this. But the issue is if I have multiple things, then I'll have to do I have this for each one, and it's kind of, yeah. I feel like I could automate this, but I think that was what got me in trouble last time, because now the system works. The other one didn't even work, the automated system. Well, I guess it did it first. But... well, now I'm all set. I don't have my random friend on, you know, Steam. I never talk on Steam, so, you know, it's funny. I actually need to start using Steam more, I think, because, I mean, scammers aside, there's a discussion for my game, and I should be posting stuff there because Steam pays attention to that. An activity. Damn. I just gotta post everywhere. Apparently. Yeah. Just send them 1,000 using Walmart gift cards or Google Play gift cards. Perfect. It'll totally work out. I can't believe people fall for that crap. That's really all I have to say about it. I can't believe people fall for that. Like, I ain't sending any of them. I ain't answering anything. No, I ain't doing anything for anyone. No. Mm-mm. What I'm learning is that AI has made the internet even worse because now, yeah, more people from India can try to scam more often. That's really what I think the AI has really brought to the world. They just have more ways they can scam now. One thing I've been noticing, I'll scroll X, and every time I see an inflammatory account, I'll check and see where it's at. Like one of the ones that's, you know, got the verified check mark. And it's always in, you know, India or, you know, South Asia. So Myanmar. Because that's another big scam area. Every time. It's wild. I just block them all now. Maybe. I don't know. My code actually works. So I don't know if I'm an AI at that point. Just saying. Like if my code didn't work, I'd assume I was an AI. Here's all messed up. Right, I rolled out of bed, so I was like, ugh. If I was an AI, it wouldn't hurt as much. That'd be nice. Shit, maybe I should be an AI. Well, if I just award this item here, then it'll only play these tutorials once. I mean, how many times do I need to tell them how to grab ledges? They might be retarded. Training over and over your AI code? Yeah. Well, if I kept training on my code, it would just be like wrong every time, right? Just, if you had a bad code, you just kept training on it every time. You guys in the toy maze here, I'll just clean up all the code real quickly. Also, how's your day going, Trill? You missed out on my new friend on Steam, who was my friend for 20 minutes before deciding that I wasn't going to fall for their scam. It was such a roller coaster, I lost my friend so fast. This code just needs to be more complicated. Now at this point here, I'll clean up all the stuff from before. All this time, I didn't give my Steam account info. And they wanted me to go, like, move to Telegram, and they must have been really sad to realize that I don't even know what Telegram is. I mean, it's some messaging thing, sure, but I've never used it. I've never seen you. What? What kind of rinky-dink podunk shit is that? Never heard of that. I mean, someone... Oh, I heard about it now because they said it, but... At least try to convince me to go to, like, Instagram or something I've heard of. Like, what? That's next they're gonna ask me for, like, WhatsApp or whatever. Archaic garbage nobody uses? In 1990s, nobody really... Yeah, exactly. It's just like, what? It's like, I guess so. I mean, I hate to break it to these idiots living back in the 90s or whatever, but if you're gonna try to scam someone in the US, at least use something we use, right? Like, I ain't asking much in life, but get some better tech. Not something I've never heard of. What am I supposed to do with that? Look at it sideways? Okay, thanks. That's right, it's old. Use something new. I ain't using ghetto garbage like that. Nah, fam, nah. Nah. What am I doing? This is just like setting up the freaking dialogue. Some setup. AI viewers at Stream Boo. Look, once again, India hasn't had enough of their being useless today. AI polluting the internet a little more because, you know, that's what India uses it for. Thanks, India. Thanks. We need to hurry up and just declare AI a worthless ass, you know, waste of time and wall off India. So they can't get out. It'll be fine. They can stay there. We'll send the others back. And we'll cut off their internet. It'll be beautiful. Mr. Van said they actually get mad at you if you call them spam or scammers? I see. Oh, okay, well. I typically just block them, so what now? I'll beat them to the punch. We'll see who blocks who. Declaration like whatever. Man, you know. Better than AI viewers, right? Is it? I mean, hopefully it does. Hopefully it does. That's true. I guess to be fair, it's better than using a bunch of different devices at your house and having them count as viewers, which actually does work, believe it or not, as dumb as that is. I clearly don't do that because, you know, I'd actually have, like, viewers. You know, there's like two of you watching on, like, 2 different platforms. I mean, you know, that's... If I wanted to fake some, you know, views. Wouldn't take much. You could... I mean, you were just faking like 30 or 40 views. You'd be at the top of the category, and game dev, you'd be like in the first 5 every night practically. Imagine those people who fake thousands. And Twitch doesn't seem to care because they get advertised every stream about AI viewers. So, I mean, if Twitch really gave a shit, they would stop people from doing that. But I'm still of the opinion that most of the traffic on Twitch is fake. I only think like 10% of the traffic on Twitch is actually real. Because all the big streamers account for so much of the traffic, and so many of them you just see as soon as they start their stream, they just instantly have like 4, 5, 10,000 viewers within a minute, and it's like, that's not how streaming works. Because that's like their average. It's just suddenly they're the first minute, and you're like, it's easy to spot that they're botting, but Twitch doesn't do that. You top streamer Ethiopia Universe? Nice. Anthropia, sorry, I read Ethiopia. Anthropia, huh? I mean, I've never heard of this game, so... that doesn't mean anything, though. To be fair, I haven't heard of a lot of games. Now I was gonna make a joke when I thought it was like the Ethiopia Universe thing or something like that. I just was like, you just stream like a picture of like just food or something for them, and they're just like, how they got computers to watch, I don't know, but whatever. I assume they've shipped phones everywhere at this point. You have to do this a second time over here too. Whenever I get rid of it. Tedious to keep track of all this for sure. Made to clean up the button ones too. I'm just gonna have like 2 points where all the tutorials are cleaned up at least for all the way up to the gallery. Damn. Here I am making fun of it a bit, and yet it's bigger than game dev. Most things are. Now, one of the big secrets, I guess, with game dev, at least for YouTube, is you just stream at the same time in the middle of the night and hope sleepers show up. Because if you consistently stream at the same time at night, YouTube will start sending sleepers your way, and you'll get all these hours viewed. That only helps if you already have 1,000 subs. Or I get like 100 or 200 people watching, and no one ever talked. It was just weird. On Twitch, the secret is befriend everybody who's a streamer that streams before you. Yes. Who cares about people who stream after you? Irrelevant. You just want the people who stream before you. No, do I have this here? And a Poppet check. Push all the code to Poppet. I have to check and see if they have access to the Fool or not. I didn't realize I'd have to fix all of my code here. For tutorials. We'll clean this up. Basically at the 20 minutes for everything. This is just my universal cleanup up to this point. Oh. If you made money on it, then why didn't you? I mean, even if you got bored. I've done way worse jobs than playing some random video game. I'm just saying, I've done way worse jobs than that. Hell, if I didn't have health problems some days I wasn't programming, I probably would just stream games. I don't know. I don't mind. I guess to be fair, it's not like I make any actual money in this. I couldn't afford to do stream as often as I would like to. But my regular job is boring as hell. I mean, you know, it's still work, but you know, it's not the worst job. I've heard of worse. It's actually the same check here, except for I need this one here. Oops, I had to move on. I actually considered playing Magic when I was like streaming that as like an off game. So I played anyway. You know a guy who farmed accounts in EVO Online? I mean, there's money in these things. Hey Sarah, how's it going? We're discussing farming in games and everything, and making money off streaming games that nobody wants to play, I guess. Can we follow in so I can grind for the vampire cape? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, that's fair. Gotta have vampire cape. Obviously worth it. I'm gonna gasp. Suppose. This is how we rework our code, rework our code, rework our code. People doing the same for a while. It was always too foreign for me. Oh yeah, the Chinese gold farmers. Yeah. Well, they used to ban people for it, and then eventually Blizzard started selling gold themselves. That's one way to stop the gold farmers, I guess. Do it yourself. We saw wildfires yesterday. Eventually my town got engulfed in smoke from Canadian fires. So pretty bad today. Oh damn, sorry to hear that. It's, I can't talk about that. Sorry to hear that. You've been cursed by the California fire curse? I blame the mooses, you know, wandering up in Canada for lighting fires. Anyone who says anything different, I mean, they might be right, but I'm still gonna blame them. Open universe, it's a real money economy. Alright, well. Seems pretty good. You could, well, I'm assuming that nobody really makes good money because there's plenty of people who live in third world countries who grind shit out, but you can resell the items and you stream it too. Maybe you can get together some spending money out of that, maybe. All right. Possibly. Just kill more people in Canada than any other animal. Fair. I mean, they're terrifying. They're huge. That's all you need to know. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them. They don't have any friends. Ha ha. I guess I could clean this up over in another one here. Wait a second. I could do a cleanup in the carnival room for the tutorials in the first room, or do I just clean up all the way over here for everything? They're going to come through here, and I could use this as a cleanup point for everything in the new life room. Can I click this? This is one called the curse. Okay, so they have to go through that one. So yeah, clean stuff up there. On the road, often drunk and collide with cars. Wait, the mooses are drunk? Wait, what? They get drunk? That's even more terrifying. Open universe, it's not meant to make money. If you play like a sub game, you play and your budget. If you're doing, you can make money. I mean, you know, any game where you can make money, the goal is to make money. Eat a lot of fermented apples and get hammered. I think the world is a more exciting place knowing that mooses get drunk. It is a common occurrence. I mean, since I don't live in Canada, it doesn't hurt me that they get drunk. I'm sure it's terrible for everyone living there. Sorry for those who live there, of course, but I would have said sorry for those who live there in general. For Canada, it's freaking freezing. No, thank you. I would die. Too cold for me. I would die. Be the end of me. I'm like, meh. That'd be all of it. Just meh. Yeah, this is my cleanup. I'm gonna clean up all the new life stuff here. BC's warm? BC's? Wait, what? Oh, it's like British Canadian, I think. I mean, warm by your standards and warm by my standards are probably not the same thing. British Columbia, okay. Alright. Yeah, I got... warm by my standards are pretty warm. I'd die up there, I'm sure. Could be universe, complete free, how much you want to spend each month? Yeah. Like I say, if there's a way to make money in the game, that's the goal of the game. Make money. Anyone who says different, they're obviously poor in the game. I'm gonna clean this one up over there instead. Just one room beyond each one of these so I don't have to think about it or remember where I cleaned everything up at. Also, they have to backpedal in there, then they won't have to read that every time. Probably. Here's probably the same as Sterling City, a few snowy days a year. Huh. Maybe. I don't know. Usually the average temperature is like pretty bad in these kinds of places. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, well, if it ever gets below freezing, I don't like it. I don't even like freezing temperatures, to be honest, but I want it to be like 70 to 80 every day. Yeah, that's just, I would just die in that. That's just too cold. That's why nobody lives in Canada. That's right there. There's nobody lives there. That's why the population is so tiny, and everyone lives like along the border of the U.S. because it gets to shit like minus 40, and who the hell wants to live in that? That's horrible. I remember once it hit 14 degrees and I was up in Portland and I didn't even go outside. I was like, screw this shit. No thanks. I was just, ugh, no thanks. Minus 40 would die. Just dead, but bet. The whole story just bet. Hell, with all my health issues these days, I don't even think I'd make it to like, 0 degrees before I died. I don't like my chances. I could, but counterpoint, I could not do these things too. Both of those sound awful. Ice skating reminds me of like, roller skating, where I just would fall on my ass a lot because I have no balance whatsoever. And I don't know why I'd want to fish. I just don't know why I'd want to fish. Important. I mean, I guess it's something to do, but I can also just do nothing. It'd be like the same thing, only I don't have to deal with cutting holes in ice and baiting hooks or being outside. Wait a minute. I guess you could do the little like the thing they'd have in the cartoons where they'd have that shack on the ice and there's like a hole cut in the ice inside of the shack. I don't know if they really do that, but I definitely saw it in Looney Tunes a few times. That's fair. It's a great excuse to get hammered as well, game dev. But that doesn't involve me having to go outside. I have no alcohol at the moment. Not that I'd feel very good if I had alcohol anyway. I don't even know. I never feel good anyway. My arms and legs have been numb all day. Just or like not numb so much as like the tingly, like they're waking up forever. Like I've slept on them wrong, and they're just in that perpetual wake up. It sucks. I'm just used to it. It's fine. At least I can move them. Like it's like they're feel like they're asleep, but you can move them. Unlike where you did leave them and it's like actually asleep. It's just the same weird tingly, but you can move. It's weird. Catch all less with a shack tent. This fish school is fair enough. At least I know it's a real thing now. But hear me out, you also don't have to go outside. Like you just be in your shack. What you need is a shack that you can push along the ice to a new point where you put a new hole in. Like a turtle. But instead one full of alcohol and the doo-doo fishes. Yeah. Yeah. I can just see a whole lake with little shacks on it, and the shacks are migratory. Just start moving around. Is it like a flock of shacks, a swarm of shacks? Like, what do we refer to a bunch of shacks if they move around? Like, these are important questions that need to be asked in life. Okay. Maybe watch who's catching and drill next to them. That's fair. I mean, not a bad plan. Seems like a good plan to me. I gotta give out both these here. I just have to get out the break barriers because another way, once you have this, won't ever trigger. And how to equip, I just gotta do them both. So much planning. Ugh. You didn't copy it, did you? Damn. Maybe you copy it now if I right click it instead. I guess I could stand for a bit. Sitting does not appear to be good. Standing doesn't really feel very good either. That's true. There's no such thing as feeling good for me. I did go with the chiropractor there. I was like all wobbly, like chiropractor was like pop, 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 pop. Sound like a bag of popcorn. And it was less bad. Yes. Someone needs to make chiropractor simulator if it doesn't already exist. I'm just saying. Have them pay for malpractice insurance after they break a bunch of things they weren't supposed to. Why? I guess I was doing this one here. Hospital soon? Smells like giving people water. Sounds about right. Water that probably costs like $50 a cup or something stupid. I only need part of this. I just copy pasted one of these things. What was I doing? I made that so much harder than it needed to be. I hate it. Jesus. That sounds like your average US hospital. It's so funny because if you make beyond a certain amount of money, you end up losing so much money to medical things. It's better to actually just make less money. If there's a certain amount of money you want to make, If you go beyond that, then the extra thing, the benefits you lose are so much valuable that you just don't want to. It's a very dumb system. If we were looking something along the lines, I feel like it's something like if you made like 30, like I remember the example, I think it was like $30,000. If you made less than that, then the benefits basically effectively made you make $60,000 a year. So if you didn't, if working didn't get you significantly above the $60,000 a year, there was no point in working, was what it was, or something like that. I think those are the numbers, or approximately. Like, because you can get like almost all your bills paid for, as long as you can prove you work 20 hours a week. Like streaming on Twitch for 20 hours a week. I think I'm doing it wrong. Yeah. I mean, you can get money for food. You can get cash aid, at least in California. You can get Section 8 housing, so your rent's like, you know, $100 a month or something retarded for a 3-bedroom apartment. You get free medical. If you have kids, you get bonus stuff for having kids. It's a lot. They're like kickbacks. That's not really. They're not optimized for games. Like, they look nice, and they show up in lots of little pieces, so you could mix them together, but they're so heavy because they make them for like movies. And I suppose you could sit there and reduce the like, you could probably fix them so that they're not so bad, but take a long time. So doing cash jobs and snaps. Nice cars were poor on paper. Yeah. Cash jobs, man. The system penalizes you for working. Bad system. Because, you know, why would you work when you're just going to get penalized for working? Yeah, Cosmic Sass, that's how you use a lot of their stuff. They're pretty good. Also, they have humble bundles all the time. So you can get all their stuff for like nothing. Of course, at this point, I kind of don't want anything else. Like, unless it's specific, there's almost nothing I want. Kind of what I've learned. There's a lot of humble bundles right now. Oh yeah, there's another Cosmos right here. Yeah, another one right here. In case you want $30 for these ones. The problem was I kind of have a bunch of ones, and I don't want like any of them anyway. Like, I would take this one, I guess. But I don't even think I'd use it anyway, so it doesn't matter. I have ones I haven't even used yet already. And then these ones are duplicates for Unity, so it's kind of lame. I think I have this one already too, or one like it. I have something like it. I'm gonna go ahead and say probably less than a G, maybe 1,500 at most, somewhere in between those two. Problem is some of the things were for a different game, and I just snaked stuff off of that game for this one because, well, why not? Like, Poppet's outfit was from a character for the other game. Tinker was from the other game. Exactly. I mean, you might as well. I don't see any reason not to. That's what I'm hearing. I keep meaning to play the remasters of those because I've never ever played them. And I feel contractually obligated to play steampunk games. Don't question it. It's just how it works, okay? Like, I'm just contractually obligated to play them. 1,000 assets on Fab. That's fair. That's a lot. I know they've given me hundreds of paid assets. I had some of the free ones too, but I also don't want a lot of the free stuff. Yeah? Oof. Noise, noise. I know Lepus has been selling his thing on Fab, and he made some money off it. Like, they paid him money. He didn't say how much, but... I mean, making assets is probably a better strategy than making a game. Let's do it this way. Yeah. Well, even then, games don't necessarily do well. Like, just because you complete a game doesn't mean it makes money. So... you just hope it makes money. There's a new thing with metahumans where cloth fits to them and it's way better. And I could probably figure out how to make that work with Poppet. But hear me out on this one. I don't want to learn a new system. If the metahumans didn't look like garbage, that would help a lot. Once they find a way to make the metahumans look attractive, we'll definitely be talking for sure. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, all my characters are toys, so, you know. Yeah. Like... they're not going to be all that hot. Mistakes were made, for sure. Yeah, I still haven't got to work. Well, the sad part is the lady they use as a model is actually not unattractive. It's just that they made her unattractive in the game because, you know, a bunch of woke women designed it and not guys who like hot women. Just... also, nobody asked for that game. Like, literally nobody asked for that game. Oh, they just had to call it something different and it'd been fine. But they're just replacing Kratos with some chick. I was like, yeah, it's not gonna go well. Judge the UE cloths for YouTubers actually. I'll get it make on. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, reusable clothing you can put on stuff is pretty useful. Being able to just slap it on you know, a metahuman's pretty good. Like I say, if I can convert Poppet over from Daz, I would. I think this should be everything I need. So how to equip, break barriers. Another way doesn't matter because it's a false thing anyway. Fighting. Why do I do this twice? Okay. I don't know. Let's fix this problem. Okay, you want to move off for me? Thanks. Yeah. They have a way to turn just anything into clothing that works on metahumans too, or at least they're coming out with something like that if it's not already out. You want to race on Helen Troy and show the Palacia as 5 dislikes for whatever you like? Yeah. Welcome back, Tix. Yeah, I'm not surprised about the Odyssey thing. I'm just not gonna watch it. I don't care. Like, they have to convince me I'm interested, and like, I didn't care about the Odyssey to start with. And then they have Black Hell in Detroit, and I was like, see, now you're just taking something with an actual historical account and just making it fake. I'm not interested. Because if you're willing to, you know, ruin your thing over one political message thingy, then how good is the rest of your film going to be? Probably terrible. So I'm not even going to waste my time even giving it a shot. I'm not even going to watch reviews for it. I don't care. Also, having, what's the character? Oh, what's the person? That trans person who's like friggin' 5 foot nothing or whatever, trying to be some kind of a gladiator. Really? There you go, Ellen Page. Yeah. It's just like, I'm sorry, I don't buy this. You know what happens when a 5 foot chick, you know, tries to fight a bunch of big dudes that weigh 200 plus pounds and are all muscle? Well, it's probably X-rated. That's probably what happens. It's just, suspension of disbelief just doesn't happen, and you can't pull me into your story when things just don't make sense. It's like me trying to watch, oh gosh, that House of the Dragon show, and they had like half the Valerians be like just the blackest black possible, and the other ones be the whitest white possible. And then they told me that for thousands of years they've been breeding with each other. Your world doesn't make sense anymore. I can't even get pulled in because the very concept of what you have here doesn't work. If they bred together, they would be some kind of, you know, combination in between. They'd be like a half-breed. Like, instead, they would be like the whitest white and the blackest black and just be completely differentiated. Like, stupid. Or when you go to some random podunk village where they haven't seen people for like 20 years, like I think it was like, gosh, what was that Amazon show? The Wheel of Time. They're like, yeah, no one's going to this village in like 20 years or whatever like that. And you look there and there's like 10 different religions represented and the ethnicities are all over the place. It looks like you're just walking down the street in LA and it's like, you do realize these people have been breeding with each other and have had like no one around for like 20 years, right? They're going to look like each other. They're going to share all the religions like that. Whatever the hell they went to, it was the same thing. It's like, oh, look. There's all the ethnicities, all these religions, all these things like that. There's no way to differentiate one area from another in those things. To the point where you couldn't tell anything apart. It was just stupid. That's a lot of the fantasy shows now. Like if it's science fiction and it could realistically happen that you have like whatever, you know, melting pot, fine, sure. But what? So yeah, I don't know about that Odyssey thing. I also heard there's no Greeks in it, which is really funny. It's just like, oh look, a Greek thing and a Greek story, and there's no Greeks. But apparently Greece actually paid money to have it made, and they're upset about it, to the surprise of nobody. Are you certain all these work? I definitely think the diversity things are causing a lot of damage though, because it used to be that I would see like some random black actor and I assumed they were good at their job. You know, like I'd see like Wesley Snipes or Morgan Freeman or something, or even like the Wayans brothers, you know, back when they did Scary Movie 1 2, and I think, yeah, that's cool. But now I just, they're like diversity hire people, and I usually assume their acting sucks. Because statistically, of the things I've watched, it does. Because they didn't get hired because they were good, they got hired to check the box. So it's just doing a lot of damage to these, you know, actors and actresses out there. Because now it's just, you just assume they're terrible. Yes, Mexican actor complained that only Latinos should play Latino characters. Yeah. They just, you know, they just don't want to make money. That's fine. I also used to like female characters in movies too, for that matter. Now I look at it like with a raised eyebrow, like, did we just put a chick in it, make her lame and gay? Did we do the South Park thing? Is that what happened? Like, I mean, I still like stories about women sometimes, as long as they didn't do that. I mean, I think it will flop. It has just a lot of bad, like, I mean, there's a lot of dislikes. I mean, like, and most people don't bother to like or dislike a video that watch it, so that says a lot right there. I mean, they're also going to see that advertisement and go. So also you got to remember that the budgets on those are huge. So even if you make like a few $100,000, it probably, sorry, a few $100 million, it probably lost money between the advertising and the theater cut, because the theater takes a big cut of the profits. So that thing's probably got to pull at least $1 billion to like break even. So it's probably going to flop. I'd be completely surprised if it didn't. After all, most of the advertising these days is social media, so. There's only so many old people out there who don't use social media. Even though most old people I know use social media now too. At least the women do. That's true. Oh yeah, and who uses Facebook anymore? That's weird.
I should probably equip that tarot card. Yeah, open up the tarot.
I mean, I can't say I blame you. If it wasn't for advertising game dev, I wouldn't have social media. I wouldn't. There's no one for fighting here. Interesting. Of course, nowadays, if you want any kind of like news, X is basically where you have to go, because every place is just reporting on what happened on X, but they have their own slant to it. So if you want the news, you basically just go to X and read whatever is being trending at the moment. Where are these things? Like, they must be in a different location because they're not triggering. Well, some of these worked, but not all of them. Interesting. You know, there's on YouTube. Yeah, the thing is though, is then you get the slant of whatever creator is, you know, making the thing for it. Also, you can scroll through X and get all the news in like way faster time than some YouTuber talking 20 minutes about one issue. Though to be fair, it's not like it's that exciting anyway. Most of the news doesn't really affect me, so I don't really care. Yes, the button one didn't vanish, the other ones did. Like small looks like Tumblr, early Facebook is like that, enjoyable. Yeah, the internet's become really shitified. A lot of things just aren't good now. I find I don't like I don't use the internet as much as I once did. Oh, I kind of just gone farther and farther away from using it because it's just mostly just crap now. It's just endless rage bait and people reacting to things. There's almost no new content. It's just people recycling content. Oh yeah, the Trump stuff. Hate, love Trump. Yep. People are just all over the place. Oh, who are you kidding? I mean, the Democrats will still be hating on Trump. 100%. They'll still hate him. Even when he wasn't president, they spent 4 years talking about him anyway. I'm just like, you know, he's not your president at that point, right? And they're just like, it's like, he's still not your president at that point. And they're still going, it's like, on mentally ill, I swear. Yeah, I was like, okay. And all the media is still talking about him too, all those years that Biden was in office, and they never talked about Biden at all. It's like, why? What are we doing here? Yes, we do. We need new we definitely need asylums. See how many fucking weirdos are wandering the streets of California? Jesus. There's a lot of not so safe places because of it, for sure. Yeah, it's more boring 4 years ago. He's gone. Nice crack out. I saw health. Yeah. You know, I just I largely don't care. People just show up in arms, things like that. So it's like, no. I think he does some good things. I think he does some bad things. It's kind of just a normal person thing. Just, kind of tired of him bombing Iran over and over. If he's gonna do it, just obliterate the place so we can stop dealing with it. Seriously. I want another deal. Tired of that. Stop wasting our money. Get the job done and take it if you're gonna do that. Let's have the oil ourselves. Lots of inaction. There you go. Or things seem like they're the same. Congress never does anything. Then nothing ever gets passed. It's like nobody ever goes to jail for committing crimes. Kind of social media in a nutshell. A lot of things not happening that I would like to see happen. Yeah. 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 Well, there's people like, you know, grumbling, the Republicans grumbling that nothing ever actually happens. They're right. The amount of corruption in Congress is, they need term limits. Like, I just want to see them like what, like voter ID and term limits. These two things, if they can get those two things passed, that would clean up the government so much. I'm just tired of the government being corrupt. Obviously, a bunch of fraud to deal with too. We keep finding more. But I could have told you fraud was a thing. After all, was Nancy Pelosi, you know, outdoing the S&P 500, always managing to guess right when she invests? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there should definitely be an age cap, for sure. Like, there's a bunch of ones that are like 80 and 90, and they can't even talk. You're just like, this person doesn't even know where they are. There should be cognitive tests for these people representing, you know, states in our country. Like, what are we talking here? True, insider trading is a bit different in a way. I mean, as far as fraud goes, for sure. Especially in California, where fraud is basically the big thing anyway. So funny, like the number of see, the last election thing, they sent me 4 different voting things for it, by the way. 4. Pretty sure my mother's still on the voting rolls. She's been dead for a year or 2 at this point. I think 2. Still voting away. It's a good thing that she you know, became a Democrat in her dead age. I think my dad became a Democrat after he died too. The voter rolls, it was so dumb. They didn't even check. So stupid. Ah, you can't. Dumb. Dumb. That's largely what I care about here. Things that happen in California that affect me directly. Like city stuff matters the most because that directly affects me. And then state stuff and then federal stuff sometimes affects me. Like I don't care what's happening in Minnesota. I know there's fraud over there, but listen. I have enough fraud here to worry about, you know? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's funny how they do that. Didn't know my dog could vote. Don't have a dog, but somehow my dog votes. Yeah. You ever have a cat? Your cat votes. I mean, there's just so much evidence of them, you know, harvesting votes and everything like that here. It's stupid. I work under an anybody but Gavin policy. I don't want Gavin back in there. I don't care who it is. As long as it's not Gavin. I win the game by any means. Why didn't these trigger? They must not have information. It's here. I think it's like the info bank. Yeah, the collectible info bank. Moves off to the side so I can find it and makes it their double, like the actual proper name. That must be what I did wrong. Oh, these are so broken. Local election more impactful. Missions like share bags for dog poop apart. Oh yeah, they're extremely important. Like the ones for Chico will often dictate whether or not the homeless are everywhere or not, or they clean them out. Like I like people that are super tough on homeless people and illegals. I don't want anyone in the city like that because they end up with encampments everywhere and then nowhere is safe. Like there's just people like drugged out of their minds on the street like that. Do you trust that random person who doesn't even know where they're at to be like not like cause you harm? I doubt it. Or having them like, you know, shit in the creek so much that it actually gets E. coli warnings and you're not allowed to go in the creek anymore. Like all the water things like that, like Big Chico Creek, you can't even go in because dangerous levels of E. coli, and you can smell it. And you can smell it from a really long distance away. I remember going to like Hook a Roke or something like that, and I go to park there and like, what's that smell? Like, you know, it's the friggin' like restrooms bad. I mean, the restrooms are, you know, multiple like fields away. Like there's like 2 baseball fields and away from there. Like, what the hell? And then now I get up to the creek and there's just signs warning me about E. coli and everything like that. And you can just see the water. It's just this shit around. You're like going, you still smell it. When I go to Oregon, put it all back. Yeah. Like I say, you know, if it directly affects my life, I am not a fan. Let's send them to, I want to send them over to Oroville. Nobody likes Oroville anyway. It's a shithole. Where that, there's that prison where they just release all the prisoners right into Oroville, so it's a shithole. In fact, let's take them all, put them in Oroville. If those people don't know, it's a nearby city to Chico. And let's just wall around Oroville and keep them in there. Perfect. They can keep it. It's theirs. How do you feel they have mercy? I don't like Oroville. I never liked there. It's a place that I just don't go if I can avoid it. I realize that jury duty I have to go to Oroville, but I only have to go to the outskirts of Oroville. I don't have to go inside the city proper. I ain't going in the city proper, buddy. I just ain't doing that. There's some dialogue for this. Did I remove the dialogue? I guess these are right here and I don't really need them. But I mean, we gotta put the prison somewhere. I guess I just removed the stuff from this one. Interesting. Hmm. Could visit Tinka. There's just no dialogue for any of these. Oh. Well, damn, I don't even know what the dialogue was supposed to be for these then. I guess I'm gonna have to put something in. Well, I think they work, it's just, yeah. Not so lucky. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. I drank way too much tea before the stream, and yeah, about that. I'll be right back. Oh, there's an ad break going anyway on there. Fair enough. Ugh. I'm gonna send a couple messages, just placeholder for later. I probably need to update these to be a little better anyway. It doesn't really matter what she says so much as I just need to know that the code is right, so when I put the real dialogue in there. Oh yeah. I made a get away with putting just random messages here. But having messages on the sides and having Poppet talk as well is also not bad.
I should probably open up the tarot menu, then click the...
Once I figure out what the dialogue is, I'll go to like Speechify and get a bunch of AI dialogue for the playtest. And then I'll worry about real dialogue later, like real voice actors. By the demo, I should have a real voice actress. For the playtests, we'll see, because things could change too much, so I'm not going to invest too much before I know if things are going to change or not. This is actually one of the last things I need to do. I mean, other than just like balancing things and maybe making the combat a little more interesting in some of the fights.
Open up the tarot menu, then click...
Interesting. I didn't think about it, but the problem here is that when I award it again, it might actually just play the audio again. Well, it would. Damn, I thought I had a good setup here, but I see a bug happening here. Oh my gosh, the next game is going to be so easy by comparison, where I'll just literally be able to recycle so much code. It'll just be tossing a new dialogue and making us a few new abilities. Oh, that's right, the button one is wrong. The button one's wrong, and I also need a way to tell it not to do all the story stuff again. Well, these are the last major problems that need to be solved. I didn't realize they were problems that need to be solved, but I guess they are. Now I'll go through and just start putting in any dialogue. It doesn't have to be perfect dialogue because it's just playtest dialogue, so it'll probably change in an infinite amount. Sorry if I'm doing an intro cutscene too, but again, for the playtest, I guess I don't have to. I could just have a quick explainer of what's going on. Might be pack collectible. 1 second. Actually, thought I already had it up. I guess not. I guess the skip effect boolean. So after I award it, I can opt to skip the effect. This way it won't replay the dialogue. Things I just didn't think about. Can I get a hold of skip effect? Does that work? No, okay, just checking. That is just inside of a function. You can do that. Inside of a function, all the inputs count as variables, but for some reason they didn't do that anywhere else. I really still want to have the little like toy city that you build by collecting all the various toys. It would just be so nice for a way to actually tell a story, because I don't know how to tell a story otherwise. It's going to be mostly Tinka talking and the occasional NPC you meet. Only a handful of ones will... Actually, there's not that many NPCs in the game, honestly, that are sane, or sane enough to talk to you. I realize it stands now. The first one you meet's like Annie's on, and then after that, the only one I have you meeting is like Oliver, all the way at the end of chapter 1. You just did that so I can move them all at once, buddy. Totally fine. Happy now, buddy? What? Why can't you find? Refresh? He's being dumb? He's just being dumb. I'm sure there's a refresh on those. I should have done that. Oops. Happy now, buddy? Now they gave your little things a back rub or whatever. And then now I can skip effect on the cleanup. Yes. Probably why that didn't work. I didn't tell it to award the item. Oops. That should fix all the problems. But I have my tutorial stuff working. Well, it's mostly just so Poppet can chat at various points too. Like conversations could be had. I may give her a little tiny painting so Tinka could talk to her just throughout the game. That was something I was going to do in the RPG Maker version, just so there was someone to just chat with. I guess it makes it less of like a journey of discovery by yourself, you know? And places Tinka as more of a friend that's always around sort of thing, which I don't know how I feel about that necessarily, but...
I should probably equip that tarot card.
I like how the voice I got for it actually sounds a lot like Weiss from Ruby. No, I can follow. Ooh. Thanks for following, Dr. Barney, man. How's it going? Just in time for the incredibly exciting thing of me fixing my system for basically displaying dialogue for tutorials and stuff. I'm told they're important. It does story events too. Okay, it is important. Sure. Trigger all these. Why didn't this one trigger? No. I'd say the game is like 40-50% done. I got like, it takes me about 4 hours to get to the content I have. As far as why you're tiny, you're playing as a woman who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. And she's trying to escape the whimsy Wonders toy store, which is like a theme park in a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse and try to kill each other. And anyone else who's stupid enough to get in there, probably. This is Poppet, she's the main character.
I should probably equip that tarot.
Enemies spawn and everything like that. It's just I turn the spawns off because I'm just testing stuff. I'm not testing combat right now, I'm just testing dialogue stuff, so I don't really need combat. It's interesting that the Tinka one didn't work. Like I didn't see it appear at all. Maybe I was too fast for it. I gotta make those spawn in too from the carnivore room. Alright, so that should have shut off all the dialogue things, so I should be able to wander back through and no dialogue should appear. Continue. Go ahead, moving lobby. What do you mean by moving lobby? What is this thing you speak of? So all the tutorials worked and have shut off except for the Tinka one didn't work at all. I wonder if it was just too busy doing the other tutorial and then it did the thing there but couldn't follow through. Like if I just took longer, we'll test that out. I mean, you just make a map and drop all the players on it, right? And then when you have your whatever event figured out, like, you know, whenever you start your game like that, you send all the players to a new map, right? Is that what we're talking about? I've never actually played Fortnite, by the way. Just thought I'd tell you that. Never have. I don't even know how that thing does. So I think I was too fast, and that's what the problem was here. I need some super sad music in this game too for a couple points. I don't get a lot of time to play games. I have a job and I design games, so between the two of those, who has time? I wish I did. What does it need to do? Like, what functionality are we talking here? I can give you a concept on how to build it. You'll have to figure out your own code, obviously, but... So this works, but it doesn't cancel out the dialogue. And it's possible it'll go so fast that maybe I want to just... I'll think about that one. At least the first room is set up. Only one at the very start too for the intro story. Wow, that's unfortunate. If you don't know how to explain, I don't know how to answer. You should be able to come up with like a brief explanation on what it is you're trying to accomplish. Otherwise, how do you plan on doing it? Like, it's kind of important. It's like people who can't tell me what kind of game they're making. I'm like, but we need to know these things. How's the ad break going? Wow. Kind of wish I didn't even have monetization on Twitch. It's kind of bad for growth. Going fast. At one point I thought I was going to speed up the music whenever you got into combat. But it mostly just turned into playing the first part of each track over and over, and it was really tedious. I hated it. Alright, so in the next room, the Carnival Cruise room. Oh, I should grab all the New Life stuff and put it in there. Where's the New Life room? Why didn't it... I have so many questions. Oh wait, no, I just want to put it in this one. I mean, if they're moving, you just drop them on a map. Like if the players are moving, or if you want things moving on a map, you just code the stuff to move around. I don't know. And, you know, whenever your thing starts, you grab all the players and move them. With whatever mechanism you want to select all the players, and it's open new level. I mean, so a thing there, explaining a thing there. I think this is 4, I think. I don't get what you mean by like a moving lobby. Like people just being able to walk around is just literally you dropping them on a map. Like you just don't lock their movement and then they can just walk around. I don't Like if it's just a waiting area for them to, you know, putz around in. If they need to pull up a menu, just open up a widget and add it to their, you know, viewport. And then lock their movement when you do that, if you want to. I guess you could have menus open when they're not locking the movement, I suppose. That's true too. And I'm not really sure. I guess I could look up what a Fortnite thing is. Just Fortnite lobby? Here's the evolution of all the Fortnite backgrounds. Maybe this will help. Is this what we're talking about? Like, you know, where it's... I actually don't know how a Fortnite game begins. I mean, they're just sitting there. This looks like a standing lobby to me. Huh. This is just a regular map. Like, yeah, it's just a regular map. Like, there's nothing special about it. It's just a regular map. You simply make a map, and then when you want to start a game, you move them all to the map where the game is. So you just make a default map, you know, or whatever, and then you can put kill zones out there like that, so they just die if they go beyond a certain point. You know how to make a regular map? It's just new level. There's nothing special about this map. It's just a new map. It's just a regular map. All they're doing is just transferring you to the actual game map when they want you to play. But there's nothing special to make this map. Just new level. Start the player here. When you want to send them somewhere else, get the player character and then open level and send them there. So the level, let's see where the arena is or whatever. That's it. There's nothing to do on that. It's like, well, I mean, you go to file and then new level. And that makes a new map. It's pretty much just file new level makes new map. You might look up how to make a multiplayer game, would be a good start for you. I'm sure there's a tutorial on how to make a, you know, multiplayer game. One I've even heard of. Well, making an entire multiplayer game is going to be, it's a pretty big endeavor. And I mean, yeah, it's just going to be a big endeavor. This is 128 freaking tutorials for that? Jesus. So how to make a multiplayer game from scratch. I don't know if it's any good. But here's a big long thing going over ones if you want to watch that. As far as how to just send people to other locations. Open map. Go to buy. I'm making a game that's a multiplayer game is going to be a lot of work. Expect thousands of hours of work for sure. Anything less than that's just crazy talk. I have to remember how my own menu was set up. Then begin play, open menu. Player controller, sure. Main menu. Let's say if I do like new game here. All these things I say. All you need to do is just a level name and then open level by name. That's it. Just this node right here will open a level. As far as how that works for multiple characters, well, you probably have to do it for multiple. Actually, I don't know. I've never made a multiplayer game. I'll go ahead and say it. Exactly how you work on this. Like, there's probably some options thing to work with or something like that. Or you might have to do it like individual. Each character might have to do their own thing. But this is the command that opens another level. And you just tell it the name of the level. And you'll have to mess with getting the player characters. Because like there's a player index of all the players like that. And this is get player controller. But you can get player character. And then the player index, starting with 0 would be the first player on there, and then, you can go whatever player, the second player, the third player, so on down the line. You'd have to get all of them. Is there a get all player characters? No. I'll get all characters class. You probably just do like a for each loop. Well. Question. I didn't think about how to do that. So I assume you'd store all the player characters in an array. It depends on how you want to go about it, I guess. Because you could add every player character to an array. Or you could just make a point of checking each one of the things like that. Like you could say, okay, there's 8 players, so I just check all 8 players every time. And loop through all 8 players. I guess you can do that. I mean, you could just as easily make like 4 of these. Like this is like, there's a better way to do this. There's 100%. And you could make an array of all the player characters. And then whenever you want to do something, you could like go, okay, this here, take the array, loop through it, and then do some command for all the players. I don't know if open level would work for that though, because you don't, open level would just be those, so you'd have to have a way to differentiate it for each one. I don't know, I'm making a single player game, so I'm the worst guy to ask about multiplayer. Oh, fun. There's a way to loop through it to make it better. Like, I would definitely look up multiplayer game tutorials to get a better idea of how to do it, because I'm making a single player Metroidvania, 3D Metroidvania, and it's not quite the same. I wonder if he's on. Or he's not on. I was gonna say, now I'm blanking on his name. This is what happens when it's like 6 a.m. My memory sucks. Jetta Menzi. He would, he'd know a lot about multiplayer stuff. Because he does, you know, Twitch overlays and things, and has also made some multiplayer games that people can play on stream and everything, which means he's used to dealing with all the people who are watching, so he'd have a really good idea. Let me find this thing. There we go. This guy. Yeah, this guy here. He made like a Twitch overlay for his slime game. And he also has like a Twitch game too, where like Twitch gets to play it. So he's used to dealing with lots of those. So if anyone has an idea of how to do what you're looking for, it's probably him. He's not streaming right now, but he streams a lot, so high likelihood, you know, in case anyone else wants the link to. But the other 3 things I'm currently streaming. He's a real nice guy. Very helpful. Extremely knowledgeable about modeling and multiplayer Twitch stuff. Sure thing. Hopefully he can help. So I fixed that, and now I'm fixing this one here. Oh, I'm on the main menu map, and I can't open up the blueprint for a level I'm not on. I was like, wait a minute, I switched levels real fast just because I couldn't remember where I did for the main menu setup. The project is so big, I have to remind myself of sections of things that I've done. Which is kind of why I usually like to focus on one thing at a time and not bounce around. Unless I have a really good idea, then I bounce over to that because I can't help myself. Yes. Yes. Can't help myself. Yes. Oh, there's the. I thought these had vanished or something, like the stairs holding that up. Alright, so there's these 4. I guess the safe zone doesn't have one at the moment. Oh, I need a level. That's why I went back to. Yep. Then you get so many little crappy tutorials at the start of everything. Annoying. I don't think I'm going to do safe zones here, so I don't know if I even want that to be a thing. Probably not. I'm probably going to remove that one from the thing. I mean, do I want to introduce those? Not really. I don't really want to code in safe zones for all the enemies. I just want to code them in for Charlotte. And I don't want to introduce Charlotte yet. Because when she shows up, I kind of want her to be something of a surprise. Oh yeah, of course it's reference right here. put this in a graph just so I keep track of it. Collapse nodes. I'm still not sure if I'm going to put that in chapter 1 or not. I'm going to have graphs for every single one of these though. What the hell? Issues much? I guess so. Why do I have this separate thing down here for this room dialogue thing? I guess it's just as soon as you go there, the first time it plays it. Yeah. Because the problem is if you load right into a trigger box, then it won't actually play the dialogue. It in fact will skip that, and then you'll be sad. And you'll be like, yes. I feel the sun coming up, draining my game dev powers. No. Yeah, dialogue stuff is super boring to set up. I think what I'll do is I'll just copy this portion right out of here and then just rehash it into the other one, basically. Because I'm just going to clean up every room, you know, so you don't have the same tutorial things, then I might as well just do it like this. Oh, I didn't want to do that, but it's annoying. What's the cleanup one for this though? I guess I could clean it up as soon as you step in right here on the other side of this. Or I guess this could also be the cleanup for all those too. I don't want to clean this one up because you might not have the magician yet and I want an explainer, so I think I clean that there. Maybe I don't clean these ones here. Maybe I leave these few. I think this one kind of cleans itself. The only ones that wouldn't be cleaned would be like this tutorial one here, a tutorial here, and then this one cleans itself, and so does this one. So maybe I don't need to clean them. All right. Yeah, this one just cleans itself off, and then this doesn't clean itself. But this same one is the same tutorial for all of them, so I don't care about that. Yeah, there's no need to clean this one up here. Never mind. We'll let the playmates clean everything. We just learn to jump needs to be done as well. Or should I learn to grab ledges or whatever it was? And then I'll press the button too, sure. Actually, what am I doing? I have to actually just redo these anyway because they don't have all the stuff, so. That's what I was talking about, where all the little dialogue things are super tedious. Oh, this has a do I have this as well. Let's make my life less hard. I'll just copy this out right here. Huh. Someone join the Discord. Oh, welcome to whoever joined the Discord. If you're currently listening. Oh, Dr. Money did. Oh, I didn't notice the follow. Wait, no, I did notice the follow. Yeah. I remember I said something about it at the time. Oh wait, I don't need to do that because this one's already does itself. So press the button is done. Right, so it's just magician tutorial. More complicated, but the code works, and say it's just like with the dialogue where the things change so much that it just doesn't seem like it's worth trying to automate it too much with all this extra word options. I could have probably made the code work, I guess, but these are actually exactly the same. Oh, but I can't do this. That's right. That doesn't work because it'll replace it. So I have to actually do the code twice. Damn. Well, that's lame. I'm not awarding it yet. Zoom out? Why do you want me to zoom out? So you can't read anything? Is that the plan? I usually zoom in so it's easier to read the things like that because I'm doing a bunch of the code things. This is like one little graph that I'm working on. This is the level blueprint for this particular area. Well, there's a disgusting amount of coding. This is a tiny little podunk amount of coding. This is just coding for this area, like, you know, for like basically there's all these trigger boxes on the level that when you hit them, I want things to happen. Usually I have the player talk. And that's what I'm doing, and I'm awarding items that basically say, hey, this is the code I need, and then I save the item sometimes if I don't want it to ever appear again. But if you're just talking about like coding overall, I mean, there's so much coding in this game. You can always talk about Poppet. Poppet's got a lot of graphs. Like your tarot graph, which has other graphs. And each graph has more things on the graphs to do. And these things are actually, you know, code within code that I just shrunk down into macros. And more macros. Which then connect up to various thingies. Oh, this is just, I was just trying to show you that there's like huge amounts of code. Because there's so much involved with this game. So, but I wouldn't. Man, that was just off that one thing there. Then there's a whole one over here too. This is like the magician ability that she has, where she can manipulate objects in the environment. And there's a lot of code. And then there's like she has huge amounts of code. There's also a placeholder. So there's a an enemy parent. The BP NPC, which actually is just the parent of all the NPCs, and it too is like gross amounts of code. Having weird things here that are just extra stuff. There's a lot going on. I've set these up in separate little things to make them easier to keep track of. One of the things you can do is you can put a bunch of code into a parent, things like that, or just a single thing like that, and then you can right click it and you can create a child blueprint, and the child blueprint inherits all the code of this one except for macros. It doesn't inherit macros. And by doing that, I basically have this NPC that has all the code that all the enemies need, so then every enemy is a child of it, I do this a lot, so this way you can basically save having to recycle code. So this thing has its own unique set of code, but otherwise it doesn't have that much code because it's a child of the NPC there, and it just has all its code instead. Has code on top of it. I've got like a couple thousand hours into my game as far as development time, so you just keep kind of adding code as you need it. I really should make some quick tutorial videos, just like the real basic, simple stuff. It seems like there's always people looking. It's like, I thought there was already plenty of tutorials, but maybe there isn't. Maybe there isn't. Maybe I should like every 2 days out of the week I just make tutorials and then I just stream a few other days out of the week. Yeah, well, just one day at a time, break it up into smaller parts, and then also recognize that the advice that I like to give every single person getting into game dev is whatever game inspired you, whatever game you thought, oh man, I want to make one of those, go watch the credits of the game. Go watch them all and count the number of people involved in making that game. And then ask yourself, are you equal to that many people?
Hello there.
How long will it take you to do what all those people did? My example values was Alice Madness Returns, where 111 people made it. And apparently $21 million was spent on it. Okay, so I don't have $21 million. And I don't have 111 people. That was just, you know, the artistic inspiration for this game. It's like, so I was inspired by $21 million, basically. Hey, Lippus, how's it going? We're just doing the discussion about, you know, game scope. Yeah, it's too much. Like, so you gotta realize that you're one person. If you have a team, then you're that many people. You can only accomplish so much unless you're just gonna devote like a huge amount of years. But keep in mind that those big games are often made over like 5 or 6 years a lot of times too. So if they have like 300 people on that over like 5 years, then, you know, you're gonna take 1,500 years to accomplish the same thing. Here we go, the company's mission now. Talk to the bank, things are getting an account in like 15 days. Nice, nice. Pretty soon you'll be hiring all of us poor game devs out there to make your games. And be like, we've come to help you, poors. You're allowed to, you know, work now. Oh my gosh, the number of like Twitch devs you could probably get to work on your game if you just threw money at them is so high. That's fair. That'd be a good way to advertise your game. You just get all the people on Twitch who are game devs, get them all to work on your game. You just pay all of them. And then you have so many eyes on your game. And they probably would work for very little. You don't even have to like, you know, pay them like a regular wage so much as just you commission them to do a bunch of things. It'd probably turn into a giant mess because you'd have to try to keep them all on track, but hear me out on this one. If you wanted to get a lot of advertising, you know it would work. I think the 20 minutes we have to get through everything now, and I just need to fix these last ones here. Except for Magician Tutorial, I never did that one. There's not one for that. I can fix that. Skip the effect on all the cleanups so I don't have this problem. Trying a company early? That's fair. I should probably start a company myself, but you know, I really don't plan on hiring anybody. I probably could. I don't know. It's just a hobby. It might one day turn into some ludicrous game. At least I'm being good and getting off my lazy ass about, you know, doing all the tutorial stuff and fixing all the bugs with this. So, you know. At least I'm trying to be a little better. Kinda. Only 2-person, want to work as artist, I mean as programmer, not good with art. Oh. That's fair. I mean, there's plenty of free assets out there. I mean, Epic gives away like 3 free paid assets every 2 weeks, and well, there's plenty of other just assets, you know, that are already free all the time on there. You could get a lot of stuff. A lot of my game is assets that were either made in the engine or were free, or came from a Humble Bundle. Still some of them. My wife is taking care of all the ninja marketing stuff. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, marketing is, you know, like as much work as the game itself. Okay, like who are you kidding? Like, it is a lot of work. Oh, actually, I need to test this first. It's interesting if that's all cut off there. I wonder what happened with that. There should also be one here too. I thought. I'll look into it in a second. Oh wait, the button's over here. I'm done. I moved it. I don't even remember my own game. No. Oh, the button one didn't work. I don't know, there's plenty of days where I wish I was on a team. You know, when I don't feel that great and I'd like something to get done in the game, then I realize I come back and it's exactly where it was previously. That is to say, you know, nothing's happened. Very sad. Definitely needs more sound effects in this game, for sure. But I don't have to worry about that for the playtest. Like, I'm just adding in the stuff that's necessary at this point and making the game a little more fun. I didn't see a tutorial for the light, so the light room didn't work right, the text in that was wrong, that button didn't work right. So I don't even need to go up there actually, because to be fair, I don't care about that. They put signs places too, so that kind of helps as well. Alright, so that goes away. The other ones didn't even work, so I guess it doesn't matter that much. Legal stuff really something in the country? And then hide important stuff. So that's kind of how legal systems work. They're just there to make everything harder and accomplish nothing of real value. Yeah, that's part of why I haven't made it my own company or anything like that too. It's just there's so much stuff to do, and I already have my other business. I don't. There's a lot to do, but I just work on this in my free time anyway, so you know. I'll figure it out, probably, or I won't. In which case, it sucks to be me, I guess. This should have been here. Oh. Oh, no, never mind. Imagine the counting system because you cheat to buy a free Mayweather. That does seem like a lot. These tutorials don't really cancel other tutorials, and you probably need to do something about that. Weird. Some of these are just cut off in the front. This is an I think we need one to here. I'm not going to keep the dialogue necessarily, but you know. Just having anything there and then changing it later is a lot easier than the rest of it. That'll work. Right now? Oh, cool. Thanks for looking. Thanks for swinging by and chatting. I'm not sure how long I'll be streaming today, but maybe like another hour at most. Trying not to overkill streams since I seem to get worse health problems whenever I do. And hurting worse sucks. But I work on the game so much more when I'm streaming, so I kind of want to. Even if I'm doing the most tedious of tasks at the moment. It'd be what it be. So fix those bugs there. There's only so many tutorials. It's mostly the like. As soon as you get to the Haunted Gallery, almost every tutorial is done, and then the only actually that's not true. Every time you get a new tarot card, there's some new tutorials, I guess. But I don't have to explain a lot of the basic mechanics as much, I think. There's a lot of mechanics in this game. There's probably too many to be fair. But, I mean, there's 22 of the tarot cards I'll have to explain, and beyond that, I don't think I have to do much explaining after the first handful of rooms, and it'll be those. So it'll just be like one thing I do each room or something, if they have a tarot card. Or I guess 2 in the Moonlit Garden. Yeah. I don't know, once you get past Patrick, there'll be basically no more tutorials, except for the tarot cards themselves. Now that's probably not true either, because then the Charlotte shows up. Man, this game's just going to have a lot of points where you're going to have to explain things to people. Because there's things that's just not completely obvious. I guess there's signs sitting places. Like, I don't really have to explain everything if a sign is just sitting there. Which reminds me, I could do this. In a lot of cases, it's mostly just about adding other things that, you know, kind of give some life to your world, and having a weird sign that just says jump on this. Not the worst. I might move it off to the side a bit, though. I gotta put other things on the table or something so that it's more exciting. Put this in the correct room. I guess I don't even know I have half these loaded. I don't need Playroom 1 and 2 loaded. I don't need the Safari room loaded. I don't need Patrick's room loaded. Oh, the light one didn't work either. Check that one in a second as well. Yeah, I just see more weird doohickeys in places that just add some flavor. Game software development. Wait, what? I mean, it is a game and it isn't software development. That is true. Unless that actually, does that actually give any kind of information when you do that? Huh. I don't know. Find out. I mean, the game I make is called Poppet Quest, which you can see on Steam. I can give you the spiel if you want. Oh, I'm clicking that wall, not this thing here. Can click? There we go. Sorry to click. I don't know why this one didn't work. Light help trigger box. Magician light tutorial. There's no dialogue. That's weird. Why didn't I have dialogue for that? could have sworn I wrote down a bunch of tutorials and then set them aside with the intention of messing with them later. I totally did. What a great person I am. I literally just wrote all these down. Oh. Cool. Good job, me. I guess I'll just copy paste her into here. Then I've got to find all the extra information. Oh, plus dialogue. The best thing about making all the systems yourself is you know exactly how they work. For better or worse, they might not work very well. That happens a lot, you know what I'm saying? Things don't work that hot, you know. Some of this code is really old. That's another thing to know. Like, some of the code is really old because, like, I've been in the project for, you know, a couple years basically. So the older the code, the crappier it is most of the time. Sometimes I just make new crap code, but well, I guess I didn't include a thing to check if you have that. I've never heard of J-Blow. I'm going to say it. I mean, I don't know why I would ever make an entire engine myself. That seems crazy to me, but oh wait, I need the button anyway. Oh, okay. So you made at least one game I've heard of. I've never heard of Witness, but that doesn't mean anything. Each of a bunch of line puzzles and they'll apply to the environment. Oh. Sometimes I wonder why I make things as complicated as I do, because it doesn't seem like it's that necessary. Double check all the things to make certain they work. Oops. Failing the old jumps here. Been 10 years making a game. 2.5D. See, now I feel like I haven't invested any time at all in my game because, I mean, 10 years, Jesus. Imagine what this game would look like with 10 years of coding on it. Jesus, it'd be amazing. Now, if all the tutorials are removed when I go to the next room, then I'm good with this room, and yeah, I'll have to write better dialogue for some of the tutorials, but that's fine. $30 for a puzzle game. It looks like a free iOS game. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, you know, some of those free games look pretty good. I'm just saying, you know, some of them, they looking good for sure. I'm gonna cheat my way through this here. Checking this one here. Yeah, I often wonder how they spend all their money on these things, like where all the money goes. Like I was looking at Thomas Brush's game, and he keeps talking about he had like some like big publisher for like that, and he like ran out of money at some point, and he's talking about spending like $20,000 a month, and like you know, and just things. I was like, I mean, your game looks decent enough, but where did all the money go, pal? Like, what are we talking here? Like. I mean, his game will succeed because his advertising game is like A plus, but man, oh, I didn't check that table. Yeah, I guess so. That's why you do freelance work, basically, like that. Like you have a few people that are necessary for the main thing like that, but then you try to freelance what you can. So this way you won't have to worry about issues with salaries. But honestly, at least for what I saw from Thomas's game, is that he wanted things a certain way and kept having things be remade. And that's just dumb. Like, you're never gonna get it the way you want in your head, for sure. You gotta learn to accept some things are gonna change. Yeah, the extra, yeah, 30 moments, yeah, and yeah, the freelancers, like, it's crazy how many people worked on that game, man. But yeah, like you can get a freelancer to do so much work for basically nothing. By comparison to what it charged for, like, you know, a full-timer. So I don't understand at all. Like, it seems crazy to me, but man. I should definitely get a company that I can hire someone to do some random things. I kind of want someone to just do some more custom models, but problem is most of those are like $500 a pop or whatever, and I don't have a lot of extra funding. Not for that. I don't think the return on investment's necessarily there either. If anything, I should probably take the money and put it towards advertising, which I'm terrible at, for sure. So all these seem to work, so I guess we're on to the next room here. It's definitely not the most fun task. That's probably why I've held off on doing it for so long. Levine said he spent 5 years just sticking around, 2 more years writing a story. I just feel like I'm, you know, barely even into this game when you talk about timelines like that. I keep writing the story for this game and then having to rewrite it because I keep making changes to like layouts and systems and everything, and suddenly certain things don't make sense. I'm just like tired of rewriting things. Tired of rewriting stuff. I mean, the big events of the story are still there. The random dialogue keeps changing. Oh yeah, well, it's got to be reimagined for modern audiences, right? You gotta rewrite it at least 100 times, right? I guess I'm turning all these off in Haunted Gallery. I'm sure I'll have her talk all kinds of things like that. No. Change gender from male and female to type A and B in Oblivion remastered? Oh, Jesus. Well, I was never going to play a remaster of a game, so not like that kind of remaster. Anytime they just do weird crap like that, I just assume that they care more about doing weird crap than making a good game, so I just kind of move on, and it's like, yeah, whatever. I guess, like overall room dialogue, I guess? Oh, that color is awful. Why? Why that color? It could be white or something. I don't know. It's just not that yellow. It's just disgusting. I can't handle it. I need to remake these two. But I'm lazy, so I'm gonna just grab like this. I don't know why I'd even want to replay Oblivion, though, to be honest. I played it to death the first time. Why the hell would I play it again? I've always wondered these things. Like, it's just like replaying Skyrim. It's like, you know, my Skyrim already looked amazing with all the mods. I don't know why I would replay it, like, you know, or play a remastered version when this already looks like has everything they ever wanted. I agree. Like I say, I guess I just have too good of a memory of, you know, how things were in the past, because, you know, nostalgia just doesn't really hit there. Actually, the only reason I replay that, like, Bioshock remasters, I've never played Bioshock. So for me, it's like the only version, they gave me that version for free, and I was like, well, it's $0, I guess. You talked me into it, but if I've already played something, I don't go back and replay it. There's no point. So many new games that come out. I'd rather play all those instead. Is there two different learn to crouch areas? There might be. I know there's one here. Is the other one just listed in the wrong area? Oh. Yeah, I wish they just stopped remaking everything under the sun and make new stuff. They also have to release it on PC. If they make a, you know, like a pimped out better version of something, like you know, Final Fantasy VII Remake style game, they got to release it on PC or I'm not going to play it. So there's the other one too. I only have a PC, so I'm not buying any console ever. I don't care. There's already so many games on PC I never get around to playing. How would I need something else I don't get around to playing? Oh. I also require this. Metro Dreams? Okay, fair enough. I wasn't really a fan of Braid, so I don't know why I'd play his other game necessarily. I couldn't get into it. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, just I couldn't get into it. Oh, okay. I like some puzzling. I like point and click adventures on my phone, actually on my tablet, because I usually can fall asleep to them. Like I'll like play it for like almost no time. I don't even count them as much of a game, but as long as I'm doing some kind of like, you know, some kind of logic puzzle, any kind of puzzle, things like that, I fall asleep really fast. If I'm just left alone to just think things through, my brain will just go off on tangents forever and I'll never sleep. That's how it works. You gotta tire my brain out because the body's already tired. The brain's just like, but, and I'm like, damn it. Damn it, man. One job. Yeah, exactly. I try to watch shows. That does not work. Reading is the worst choice. I'll read so long. Oh my god, that's not a plan. That is not a good idea. It's just like, oh, did I read like another 100 pages? Ah, damn, I was supposed to go to sleep. What the hell? But also, I can't play active games. Like if a game requires me to move a lot, not gonna work. It's got to be something where I can, like, you know, just move at my own pace kind of thing, because then I'll just get slower and just fall asleep at some point. Or like I'll start to close my eyes, it's like, okay, I'll put the tablet down kind of thing, you know. I don't fall asleep on the tablet or anything. Not that bad, but so a lot of the game playing I have to get, well, like I have like a Google Play, like no, Play Pass, because they just have a bunch of weird games, and there are some pretty decent ones, all things considered, and some ones that are kind of garbage. But if it's a point and click adventure, I've probably played it on there. I don't want to invest a bunch of money. $30 a year is fine. Yeah, well, those people read fiction. It's just, you know, they call it X. Or I guess you Instagram, Facebook, you know, pick your fiction. I need open the map. I can do this so much faster, but hear me out. I don't care. Exactly. Already cleaned. There's only like 2 that have to be cleaned in this room. That's not bad. For some reason I have a lot more, but I guess I'm cleaning them along the way as opposed to cleaning them all at once. That's true. No, it's just so you can fit in smaller places. It's not a stealth game. And pretty much like at one point I did include a hidden mechanic as an option, but instead of actually really making it truly stealth, all I really did was make it so that Charlotte won't find you if you're like listed as hidden, and that's just in the safe zones basically. I thought about other things like that, but like if I don't remember which stream it was where I was testing stealth ideas, and it's a different game. Like it doesn't play the same. It's not something you really want to do in your Metroidvania. You want to jump around and hit things and stuff like that, and not sit around, you know, in a drawer waiting. It sounded adorable at first, where you just go hide in a drawer or something and count yourself as hidden. You could even close the door with yourself in it, but in practice, it meant that you were just sitting in a drawer doing nothing. It's not very fun. So, I ended up axing that for obvious reasons. I guess I didn't need all these pins here. I think my games mostly memorized. Yeah. That's how those games are. I played some of the Hitman games, not all of them. I have a bunch of ones they gave me for free. I don't know why I didn't play all of them, but it's because I wasted ridiculous amounts of time making games instead. Unlocking paintings tutorial trigger box. Is there really a tutorial for this? I don't recall one. There needs to be an explanation somewhere for this stuff for sure. That's true. I mean, I've done some useful things, like the enemy ticker thing is now much better. It keeps track of enemies a lot better. You can have multiple boss things, so it alerts the players better. So that's helpful. And having I reworked the entire system for how I display dialogue and everything like that, and keep track of the story and everything like that. So, I mean, I did a bunch of actual work. It just doesn't really feel like a lot of the work. It doesn't, like, it felt like I did work, it just didn't, the end result doesn't seem that impressive. But the enemy ticker's pretty good. I'll have to improve the dialogue thingies, but having those in the center is kind of nice. It's a lot easier to pay attention to than off to the side. Anything like that. Yeah, a lot of things there's like design decisions you got to make, and the design decisions, I mean, you have to test things. Like if you knew exactly what you were going to make from the start and you could skip all the weird little things that didn't work out, the game would be a lot faster for sure. We won't even talk about how long it took to get Poppet right. How long I spent lighting just her hair, so that this way she would, you know, show up in the darkness. I hope so. It'd be nice. Yeah, just playing around with like all of the lighting and everything like that to make things much more playable. You'd be surprised how awful some portions of the game really were before I started changing some things. I'm not immune to, you know, looking at other games and thinking to myself, going, you know, I remember how this played, and it played a lot better than this setup that I have here. I should probably fix that. But hopefully it turns out interesting for sure. I hope that a big influencer picks up. That'd be amazing. I mean, like, for a while there was, even still in there anymore? He might have left. I don't know. Let me disable that. Oh, I guess he left it. Damn. There was a guy with like 700,000 subs on YouTube that lurked in my Discord for a while. But I think he wandered off when I had like 6 months of health problems. Sad, but But there have been a few people that are like bigger, lurking about in the shadows. Plus, I know a bunch of the streamers on, you know, Twitch, so a lot of them expressed interest. Granted, by the time I release the game, we'll see if they're still interested. Like, I'll obviously just give them all copies to play. It'd be stupid not to give all the streamers I know copies to play. I mean, I might not know any, like, really giant-sized streamers or anything, but I know some ones that at least get decent views. And at some point, I'm not going to do it yet until the game is ready, but because the game is, like, you know, artistically inspired by Alice Madness Returns, I'll make a point of mentioning it on X, because American McGee has a habit of retweeting things that are mention Alice Madness Returns. And I'm pretty certain the game that, you know, takes a pretty good page from, like, you know, the artistic inspiration for it will at least catch his eye. I hope so. It's really a notice me Sama moment, but I really want to, when he notices me, I want him to, like, my game to be really good. Oh, it doesn't, like, there's nothing really, it has the same artistic feel. They don't look the same at all, but a lot of people look at this game and go, you know, they think of that game. So, but there'd be nothing to sue me over. I don't have the same mechanics. It's not an Alice in Wonderland game. They couldn't sue me for Alice in Wonderland either. There's really nothing the same about this game at all. It's just it has enough of a feel to it. Yeah, well, Pal World is basically Pokemon. I mean, like, they're like the same thing. So, like, you know, I can see where Nintendo might have something like that. Like, Alice Madness Returns is a 3D platformer. It's like, you know, all in Alice's head. It's a corrupted, you know, Alice in Wonderland story. This is a Metroidvania. It's not linear. About a woman who died and got, you know, her soul stuffed in a doll. Like, they're not really very similar. They don't have any similar mechanics or anything of the sort, but it just has enough of that, like, playfully off feeling, macabre feeling. Yeah. I guess there's something of a bit of a Wonderland feel, I guess, to it in a way, where you're, like, stuck in some weird fantastical situation and you're playing a female character, because that's kind of a very Wonderland requirement for the most part. But I could copy Alice in Wonderland all I want. I just couldn't copy Alice Madness Returns. Yeah, Ginger Alice. Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't fit the I'm blanking on like that. Basically, the gist of what the Wonderland story is, it doesn't fit that. The genre, it doesn't fit that whole thing like that. Because, you know, all Wonderland is like, literally, it's just a story about a coming of age for a girl. That's it. Like, you know, she's trying to make it she's trying to understand the world and what it means to be an adult. Now, Alice Madness Returns is literally just her coming to terms with, like, you know, her family dying, and like she believes she's responsible, like that, and like, you know, the whole murder of her parents, like that, and everything. Yeah, and the whole crazy thing where she ends up in an asylum like that, and later on she's like groomed by her like therapist and everything like that. This whole thing, but the key thing is it's them trying to understand the world, and it's all in their head. This is not in Poppet's head. She's just trying to understand what happened, I guess, but it's real. Oh, the Disney one? Because they did Through the Looking Glass, which was okay. A little weird. Yeah. They did Alice in Wonderland, and then they did Through the Looking Glass, which was cool to watch Through the Looking Glass, because no one ever does that one. There's like a million Alice in Wonderlands. As far as That Wonderland one was okay. It is a little weird, but I'm okay with that. I'm kind of a sucker for Alice in Wonderland stuff, so if you have some variant of it, I'll almost certainly watch it at some point. I don't know why. Huh. Oh, cool. Just got sent some cash. Oops. That's fair. Oh. Yeah, I could return that. Okay. But yeah. I tend to like, I think, the offshoot things more than I like the actual, like, story of Alice in Wonderland. I mean, I'm not even that big of a fan of the book itself, but the original Disney one's pretty fun. I mean, Cheshire is amazing. I'm pretty much a fan of Cheshire Cat in almost every incarnation of Alice in Wonderland. And they did their gibberish really well in that one too. It's just a fun one. Oh, the book is all kinds of weird things, like commentary about the Victorian era and everything like that too, like hidden away that they could never have said otherwise. He would have lost his head. The Queen of England would not have liked anything that he said. Someone talking to me. Huh. Wait, what? Oh, okay, never mind. There was actually, I think it was over on YouTube. You can listen to Scarlett Johansson actually read Alice in Wonderland to you. I think that's what it was. I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty certain that was a thing. Yeah, well, I mean, like, he has a whole bunch of, like, you know, criticisms of the Victorian everything in the book. It's pretty funny. Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. You can actually, she just reads it. Scarlett Johansson just reads all of Alice in Wonderland for you. In case you want to listen to it in the background. Here you go. Or for anyone else other than the other ones. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, writing fiction is a real job. What are you, crazy? He probably wanted to make money. It's like, listen, man, nobody's gonna read this. He's wrong, but you know, if anybody's gonna know the odds on whether or not he's gonna make money on something, it's gonna be a mathematician. To be fair, though, being a mathematician is not always the most valuable thing either. That's true. Probably more valuable back then. No, depends. I'd probably want to branch off into something more specific for sure. I guess I have to unlock this painting. Remember how to unlock a painting so I can test this. Shark collectibles. I have so many hidden collectible thingies because they're it's how you keep track of the save stuff. I suppose you could do that. That sounds like a lot of work. Hear me out on this one. I suck at math. I used to think I was okay with it when I was younger, but nah. Of course, now you just have ChatGPT to get your degree, right? So everyone can get a PhD now. Paintings? Oh, this is going to be tedious as hell. I just got to run through the whole room to test this, jump into the other room, and then jump back. 6 problems, maybe 1 minute each. ChatGPT is nowhere close to solving them, of course. Huh. Huh. By the time ChatGPT... By the time ChatGPT does... Oh, I can't say it today. $1 million will be nothing because inflation. Right? Oh wait, that sucks. You just shot me out of there. What a dick. Oh yeah. But who want to live in San Francisco? Disgusting. No thanks. There's actually no easy way to cheat this place, which sucks. But to be fair, they've had like some 3-bedroom houses nearby me that cost $1 million, so I was like, these don't seem that nice, guys. I don't know what you're thinking here, but they sold though, so what do I know? Not much, evidently. Evidently indeed. I gotta make Tinka cool on here. Sure, but then you gotta actually build a place on it, right? I mean, I could live in Kansas. Yeah, yeah. Oh? I didn't know there was a law like that. That's exciting. Interesting. BLM land usually is not given away. It's usually just, you know, public land for use. But you don't get to keep it or anything. You just get to camp on it for free or whatever and things like that. Alright, so that worked. Really? Never really heard of them selling BLM land. Interesting. Because there's plenty of it up above like Magalia and all that, where you can just hike around and everything. They don't sell it, but plenty of it up there. That's true. Oof. I love all the pops. That's cool. Since you're going some shit, this building. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just like, cool, great. I guess I'm putting a tiny home on it because it's about all I could afford. Even if you put a tiny home out there, you don't have water and power to that. You got to pay to get that out there. And usually it's in the middle of nowhere, so it's kind of expensive to get it out there. Oh yeah, and sewage, you got to set up like, you know, some kind of, you know, little sewage tank, whatever it's called. So it always sounds better on paper than in real life. Yeah, septic, that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, rainwater and solar. Well, rainwater is debatable because the issue with that is that you don't necessarily get consistent rain. Solar definitely for sure. And septic's just expensive. Unless you just have an outhouse or something, which is not what I'd want to do. But yeah, it would depend definitely on rain. I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Also, rainwater's not necessarily clean either. There's that problem too. I would definitely want to get some kind of well out there, basically. Sure. You probably would too. But you still got to pay for the actual septic stuff, right? Like the tank and all the stuff to connect it up. I don't know what that costs. It's probably not cheap, but it's obviously cheaper if you do it yourself. And same thing with solar, probably. Yeah, they're gonna have to come out there and deal with it for sure. Which I'm assuming they have, but you only have to do that usually every handful of years. So it's not too bad. I know because we have septic over here, so. I think it's like every 5 years or something they have to do it. Might be 3 or 5, one of the two, I can't remember. And we have a well here too, so. Of course, you usually want to filter that water, so that's just not necessarily good water either. And then, don't have solar yet. Kind of wish we did, but solar is really expensive to get. Power is expensive too to a point, but it's not that expensive. I don't know. I mean, I could probably live in like a little tiny home or something like that with solar tossed on top of it. And, well, I don't think I'm excavating a septic tank. That seems like a bit much for my not very healthy ass, you know, where I'm just like dying all the time. Well, you're gonna want, well, if you have gas powered heating, then you got to pay for that. Yeah, if you have a laptop, but you know, if you're doing game dev, like, you know, on Unreal Engine, streaming like I'm doing, you have to have a powerful machine. Laptop's not going to cover it for sure. So it's like, it does burn some power for sure. We definitely have AC. It's very hot here. Well, the computers eat way more power than the AC does. Our AC is pretty new unit. It's real cheap by comparison. We keep it 76 here, and I think our power bill seems like 140 or something, and that's because our two computers are beasts. I have a 1,000-watt power supply, 2 graphics cards. 100 watts doesn't cover crap. I mean, that barely covers the processor. So it's just burning power. And when you're running stuff like Unreal Engine and stuff like that, oh, I mean, like, it burns a lot of power. So I'd be in pretty much shocked that it wasn't doing like incredible amounts of power usage for sure. Because most of the time when I'm using it, it's to use Unreal Engine and the other thing anyway. But even gaming, it uses quite a bit. Apparently my 6700 XT graphics card apparently generally consumes between 180 and 190 watts just during like regular gaming. Peaks at 242. The 3060 Ti. I mean, just rough guessing here on the things like that. Let's see, and then the 3060 Ti, because they're both COVID cards. They're saying like 200 to 243 watts on that one. So they eat a lot. I don't remember what the actual processor is. I mean, the processor would use way less. What is my processor? Ryzen 7 5700. 5700. It's a G, okay. Yeah, the processor doesn't consume that much. That's fair, you're right on that one. Because I guess the peak on that one, it peaks at like 77 to 88 and only eats about 20 watts, you know, in idle. So, somewhere between that for those. So combining all that, I mean, you know, you're already pushing like 500 watts. Well, maybe. It's like I say, it's got about like 500 watts burning right there. Not including any fans on the thing. There's like 10 fans on the case, something like that, because gotta keep this thing cool. The motherboard and the RAM also probably consume some small amount too, for that matter. And then I have 3 different hard drives that also consume stuff. Yeah. Well, you're in the middle of nowhere. So it'll probably cost you like tens of thousands of dollars to set up out there. But you got your land for free, so that's something, I guess. Plus you gotta buy like a tiny home to plop on it. Kind of expensive, the whole thing. Meanwhile, my rent here is real cheap, so that's why I just live where I'm at. Like, I already have cheap rent. I don't have any reason to move. For sure, for sure. But if I ever want to go to Kansas, there's a lot of places with like really low property prices. They're always in the middle of nowhere. Like, also I'd want good internet, and Starlink isn't that great. Like, it's fine. It's just pales in the comparison to what I have here. For sure. Like, I don't even think I could actually stream on their thing, or at least, well, I probably could. I couldn't stream to 3 different sources like I do now. That's true. Something about. Anyway. I should probably pack it in for the day. We're hitting that point where it's encroaching on what sleep I plan on getting before work. Oh, thanks. And thanks for hanging out and chatting. Always exciting. Always interesting. I will, I might stream tonight. I might. I have to be up super early on Saturday. Around noon. Which is early when you consider that it's already 7:26 a.m. So, you know, I can't be streaming till this and have to get up at noon. I'll fall over dead. There's no way. Enjoy your, like, 5.5 hours sleep. I have to, like, be somewhere at noon. So I don't even get up at noon. No, wait. I can be at 12:30. So it is get up at noon. Yeah, yeah. So I might, if I do, it won't be, it'll either be earlier for not as long, or I'll try to sleep fine. You never know. And I'll probably try to stream the day after. Day after that? I don't know. Something like that. Anyway, yes. Yeah, thanks for watching. I'll be back soon around this time. Yes. Till then, go have fun, make games and stuff. Yes, get 8 hours. It's so hard to get 8 hours. I will try though. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your day. And, everyone else watching, you as well.